All righty, guys, we got a big stream today. I guess every day is a big stream day, but this one in particular is going to be awesome. So I'm going to run you guys through. All right, here we go. I was running a minute late on the stream today, so I just threw it live. We'll get everything ready. Okay, here we go. We're gonna dive right in here. So we're gonna kick off like we always do with the news. We've got we've got a lot of building that we're going to be doing. Let me get sorted here. Okay. Actually, you know what? I'm going to build the schedule live with you guys here. Okay. This is going to be one of the first times that we've done this, but I think it has to be done. So we're going to do that. Okay. So we're going to start out with the news. After the news, we've got, I'm just going to put it here. After the news at noon, we've got a demo with DevRev. After that demo, I've got a board meeting. And then after the board meeting, we're going to be able to get into some deep work here, continuing with our hiring spree. And outside of the hiring spree, going to be closing some deals. That's going to be fun. Sometimes GPT runs into this thing where it doesn't work the first time. So you got to give it another shot here. So here's the news. This is what we got lined up for you guys. You're going to get the inside scoop on all of the most important news of the day. Okay. I mean, I didn't realize before waking up today that Groq had raised $750 million at a $6.9 billion valuation. That was news to me. Okay, so we're going to start off with the news. So Groq just raised $750 million. Investors are doubling down on these inference chips. So what happened? Chip startup Groq raised 750 mil, doubling the valuation in just over a year. So the focus is on inference chips, fast, low latency, efficient hardware. I feel like every day there's news being covered about how much money is going into these hardware startups. Okay, so why does this matter? Investors are still pouring billions into AI infrastructure. Uh, yeah, inference cost is big. It's not just the model training. So, what does this mean? Any predictions? Efficiency will be a moat, not just how powerful the chips are, but how cheap and green. That's actually an interesting topic, how green the chips are. Um, okay. Expect a dozen Groks to appear in the next 18 months as chip competition heats up. So it seems like the prediction is that there's going to be a lot of people following this capital that's going into these hardware startups. So investment's going to be coming in. Real quick, I'm going to try and get the chat up here. Looks like the chat is not displaying. Let's get this fixed. Okay. All right, we got the Twitch chat up. All right, there we go, guys. There we go. Okay, next piece of news. AMD CEO Lisa Su, 10-year AI boom. Okay, what's going on here? So, AMD CEO says we're only in year 2 of 10 of the AI boom. So, this is just starting. All right. Welcome, Stefan. Welcome. All right. Covering AMD's CEO. What is she saying? What's Lisa Su saying, guys? So, what happened at the Axio AI Summit? Lisa Su, CEO of AMD, said we're only in year 2 of the decade-long AI expansion. So AI is only going to continue accelerating over these next 3 to 4 years. So I obviously agree with what she's saying. Why does this matter? So she believes it's not hype. It's a structural cycle, and this is giving confidence to investors, founders, and people looking to hire in the space. So, what does this mean? What are the predictions? Any hot takes here? Let's see. So, this is the cloud 2006 moment. Startups that build today will ride this wave over the next decade. Hardware demand is already locked in, and software must prove the return on investment on top of it, which realistically, guys, I think that this is going to happen. You've got so much going into the hardware. The cost of running these models and the cost of intelligence is plummeting. So founders, people who build companies on top of this intelligence, are going to make some very big companies. I think that pretty much covers it. It's a constant trend. It's new news every day, but there's new news every day, but there's different stuff happening in terms of, but it's the same trend. Every day it's like, okay, more investment, more stuff being invested in hardware, more stuff happening in AI. It's crazy the speed that things are happening at. And also, guys, make sure you subscribe and stay tuned. As a quick heads up for those of you guys who are new listeners, I'm William Samasegi, been a tech CEO for the past decade, working on 2 companies, building them live, MyWorker AI and Sazmining. MyWorker AI makes it easy for founders and businesses to scale their business. And Sazmining, we make it easy for you to start mining Bitcoin with renewable energy. So we're building those companies live on stream. We always kick off with the news. And with that, let's keep the news going. Okay. Octopus Energy spins off Kraken. Okay, that's a weird title, but let's see what this means. Octopus is spinning off its AI arm at a $15 billion valuation as a $15 billion platform, and it's already powering 75 million users. So what's happened here? So Octopus Energy is spinning off its AI platform called Kraken and serves 75 million customers. Okay, so valuation target of 15 billion. So let's see what they do. So AI and infrastructure verticals, energy and logistics are going platform level, serious scale in boring sectors. Honestly, guys, I'm not exactly sure what this company does. This news, it didn't go into too much depth here, but based on this, I guess we could check out their website. But how much do we really care about Octopus Energy? I mean, let's see what AI is saying. The hot take and predictions. So expect more utilities and logistics giants to spin out their AI arms into independent unicorns. Energy and AI is the invisible boom behind the boom. Okay. Well, we already knew this, guys. Energy is the backbone behind the data centers, which is the backbone behind the chips, which is the backbone behind the apps. Pretty straightforward. So clearly a lot of money there. Octopus Energy spun off their Kraken platform. All right. Final two pieces of news. I'm going to talk about Meta here. Also, yesterday we had a very fun time watching the Meta Connect. I don't know what to call it. Their event, their announcement. We watched the live stream on this live stream. Brought on a couple of my buddies, and we got to see the new glasses. So, we'll probably launch a video on that in the coming days in case you missed it. But very, very cool stuff. And Stefan, we always appreciate you tuning in, watching the videos. Okay, so Meta in talks to license news content. So Meta is negotiating with Axel Springer, News Corp, Fox, and others to license content for AI training. So why does this matter? The free scraping era is ending. AI competitors will need to pay for premium content. Journalism IP is becoming a monetized moat. Okay, this is really interesting. So they're negotiating to pay to license content for AI training. Okay, so that will change a lot of things if this ends up happening. So I feel like I'll just break down what a little bit more in depth here what's happening. So when these initial base foundation models were created, like OpenAI, when they were training the models for ChatGPT, they scraped pretty much all the information on the internet and used that to train their models. And they didn't pay for that content. They used it to train for free. You're starting to see more of these conversations come up in terms of, okay, what are the laws around this? Is that legal? What type of rights should they have to training their models on this information, right? And so this is interesting because it looks like Meta's actually going and saying, hey, we want to license this content so we can train our models, which is different than how things have been trained up until this point. So who knows? Maybe the free scraping era is ending. But anyway, if this comes to pass where people need to pay to be able to train their models, these are the predictions. So licensing wars will drive up the costs, creating a moat for big tech. So obviously, if you need to pay for all this data, it's going to drive up the cost significantly. If you're a startup, you don't have all this money to be able to do that. These big companies and the ones that I guess did it earlier, who built big businesses off of doing it, they're going to be in a much better position if something like this is mandated because they did it for free initially. Anyway, startups will need to use niche proprietary or user-generated data instead. Yes, it's pretty self-explanatory. You're a startup, you don't have the money to do all that. You're going to need to find creative ways, either pay for a subset of data that is going to allow you to do something very specific, or if you've got user-generated data, your own data, then you're going to be able to, if it's your data that you created or gathered on your platform, you can obviously train with that. Not going to have to pay yourself for that. Okay. Yeah, so the hook here, which we didn't go over. So Meta is negotiating to license news. AI bots may no longer get free training data. That's the news. It's the hook. Interesting stuff. Final piece of news for the day. Anthropic CEO, half of white collar jobs are at risk. I feel like he's been talking about stuff like this for a little while, but Anthropic says half of white collar jobs could vanish within 5 years. So how do we adapt to this? So his name is Dario Omadai. Said AI could displace up to 50% of white collar jobs. So why does this matter? Well, obviously, I feel like we don't even really need to dive into this. Why does this matter? But it matters. It raises a big social and hiring question. White collar disruption is here. It's actually, I would say, a lot faster than people have expected, and it's already happening. Even if it's not as widely talked about, not everyone is it's not as front and center as maybe people people aren't really seeing what's happening, I guess is the easiest way to say this. This is already happening. It's a lot harder. The bar for you working on anything, whether you're building a company, you've got to move faster. You got to make traction and get customers faster. If you're an employee, your output has to be way higher to be able to meet the new standard. I mean, you're seeing big layoffs. This is already happening, but more and more white collar jobs are going to be at risk. So, what is the AI predicting? Roles will not vanish, they'll morph into AI orchestration and oversight. Yeah, so I mean, that's going to be more of the jobs, AI orchestration and oversight. Expect regulation and reskilling pushes from government within the next 2 years. That's a great point. It's going to be interesting. Who knows? What will the government do? How will the government approach this rapidly accelerating and widening gap? I don't know. We will see. IT security. Yeah, security I think will definitely be an important job. So, Stefan, I think that's a good place to go into. Okay. So we covered the news there. Now we have got a number of things on the docket today. To be honest, I was going back to back on calls and catching up on other work ahead of the stream. So we did not put together our schedule ahead of time. That said, we can do that right now. So we're going to put together, and guys, if there's something that you want to see us work on stream, then let me know. We're going to make the most out of this time, and we're just going to be knocking out, block and tackle the stuff we need to do here live. And we're going to have some interesting announcements based on the stuff I'm working off stream. Hopefully some very interesting announcements over the coming streams here. So we're at the finish line with a huge potential deal. And so I want to get that across the finish line so I can announce it here. Okay. So right now we are going to plan out the rest of the schedule for the stream. So right now we need to plan whatever we're going to do from the first 30-minute block from 11:30 to 12. Now that we finished the news, we've got a demo call at noon until probably around 1. And then at 1 p.m., we've got a board meeting for Sazmining. And then after that, we've got time to work on whatever we want to work on up until 4:30. So with that said, let's come up with the best final schedule for the stream and take it from there. All right. Maybe you can work on Valo for 30 minutes so I can get the Twitch drop. Wait, did this not record my prompt here? Oh my goodness. All right, we're going to reprompt this. We're coming up with the schedule for the remainder of the stream. We need to fill in this first 30-minute block now that we just finished the news. And then from 12 to 1, we got a demo. And then from 1 to 3, we got a board meeting. And then from 3 to 4:30, we can also fill a news segment there. So with that in mind, could you please fill out the schedule for the rest of the stream? All right, there we go. Yeah, so Stefan, we couldn't record the video sequencing on while we were on stream. So just because this takes up the video. So we got that started a little bit afterwards, but we still haven't finished all of the video creation for that flow. But we have continued with the process, so going back and forth with a couple of candidates. Yes, yes. Actually, you know what? We can do that. We can do that. Yeah. I'd rather showcase it when it's all ready though, because then it's not going to be like fully done. But you guys will get to see, it will be me in this room asking some of those questions. But what we can do actually is we can finish up the scripts for those videos or the questions for those videos. All right. Yeah, let's do that. So we'll do that for the first 30 minutes. Awesome. Let's focus on the sections and hooks for the hiring block for the CTO and the jack of all trades role. And then, yeah, honestly, I think that it would be best for us to focus on that at the start, and then we can use, instead of the data room piece at the end, continue on those roles. So just make that the focus for the stream. Okay. So that is exactly what we're going to do. Go back to the hiring side. And quick question. Do you guys think that we should have background music playing quietly during the stream? I'm going to do it a little bit just so you guys can see how it sounds. And if you think that we should keep it, I'll keep it. If you think we should remove it, I'll remove it.
I'll give you some numbers to think about it, right? They're roughly.
All right. How's the volume on this? It also, there's a setting on the stream where whenever I'm talking, it lowers the background music. Stefan, I'll make it your call. What do you think? How's the volume? All right. So here are some of the questions. So I'm going to read through them all. After each question, feel free to let me know if you think that we should keep the question or not. Okay. All right, in the last 12 months, what production system or agent did you ship that moved the metric? What was the metric baseline result and your specific contribution? Tell us about a time you're under serious pressure and still shipped. Situation, task, actions, results. What changed in the process afterwards? 90-day plan. If you joined My Worker AI, would you give your life for the company? In a weird way, that actually is like, if someone says yes to that, then you know that they're seriously committed. All right. 90-day. Okay. If you join My Worker, what are your top 3 outcomes in the first 90 days? Where do you pre-compute first live inference? What's your P95 latency error target? Name your first 2 hires by role. Sketch in words how you'd implement 90-day long memory for our sales agent. What do you store? Where? How do you? Let's see. How's the music volume? Is it good? I can turn it up or down if you'd like. Oh, nice. Okay. I'm actually going to message Joaquin real quick just to let him know. Yo, how's it going, Joaquin? Wanted to let you know that I'm testing something out that while I'm working, I'm just playing a little bit of royalty-free music in the background, so we're actually allowed to use it. We won't get the stream banned or anything. But I'd be curious, like when you're editing this episode, to let me know what your thoughts are in terms of the music in the background from an editing side. If you think it's fine, or if it makes it harder, or if you like it. So just wanted to send you the voice note now while it's top of mind and while we're playing the music. And later on, you can let me know what it's like from the editing side. Also, I know that you guys see me do this all the time, but it's just so much easier to send messages with voice notes. Yeah, I think it's spelled like that, like Joaquin, but I think his nickname is, I don't know. His contact was shared with me and this is how it was shared. So that's why it's spelled Joako in my contacts. Actually, Andre, so our interim CTO right now, he's busy later today, but I'm thinking we actually just go async messages back and forth with him. I'm gonna send him a voice note. Hey, how's it going, man? I was thinking that since we can't meet up at the scheduled time today, what I could do is I could just send you over information here, like through voice notes, and we can just kind of have the back and forth like that to keep the momentum up. For context, also, one of the things that I wanted to run through was the progress on the CTO role and some of the applicants that we have in queue, and run through some of the interview questions that we potentially have planned, and how you might think we might want to approach it from like a diligence perspective, to understand basically if they can do the job or not. And so that said, I can send you over a Google Doc in here to kind of lay out all the questions that we're thinking about recording and then letting people answer. And you can let me know if you think that there's a better way to approach the questions or whatever your thoughts are there. So excited to hear your thoughts, and I'll fire that off right now. Yeah, I was saying that, so right now I got WhatsApp up on the other screen, and I'm just sending over voice notes because it's a lot easier than typing everything. Sounds great, man. In full transparency, I don't really know how to screen for this type of role in the way that you definitely do. And there are different things that are more relevant to our product. So with that said, like, I used GPT to try and generate this and provided as much context as I could. But in reality, I think that like the questions that you come up with would probably be best. So this is just, a first draft from GPT, but feel free to let me know your thoughts and we can approach it in any way possible. Also, this link here is the tool that we're going to use for the async interviews. So this one will, we can just record the questions that we want, and then people can submit it whenever they're ready to go. So yeah, it'll make it pretty easy for us. That way it's like we're interviewing everyone, but we don't have to go and sit on every single call. Okay. Okay. In reality, it looks like this is kind of in the ballpark for Andre to review. So I think we can actually just move on to the AI ops role. The curse is nearly over. What curse? I see. The curse of 9-hour school days. Dude, I am sorry that you have to go to school. That's brutal. Oh man. Damn. Stefan, what's your favorite and least favorite thing about school? I wonder if that tool video ask lets you have like a live, a live work test that I could give for this. Deliverables emphasize speed to utility. Yeah, well, so your favorite is electronics and sports, and you hate English and math. Well, electronics and sports, definitely more interesting than English and math. But it is good to know both English and math, but you just need that base level. But yeah. And you have to be able to communicate. That's important. But other than that, you can get AI to write your stuff for you. Okay, let's see here. So for this role, okay, this is how we're going to approach it. So we've got about 15 minutes before we have to hop on this call. I'm just going to try and get GPT to help lay out like what is the best approach that we can use that software for the interview to actually get down to the best final hire. So I'm going to say, this all sounds great. I feel like there's a lot of information here, and we really want to get down to focused, actionable activities and stuff that we can do to move the process along. So, and also make sure that we're filtering for the right people. I don't know if you think it makes sense, but I almost want to ask, like, how many hours a week are they looking to work? Like really just it might be a little too cut and dry, but we're just really trying to screen for like a grinder who's a good problem solver and can like stay organized and get things done. So I'm not sure what the best way for us to do that is with and like screen for all these things. I know that there's a lot that we can do, but with all that said, let's really try and like figure out who we can get who will just like figure this stuff out, figure out the tools. Ideally he's like got some experience building out workflows or doing all this stuff, and yeah, get everything set up. Yo, guys, Joaquin just sent over the logo for the podcast. What are your thoughts? I like it. So for context, we've got the channel, but then we want to create a playlist in the channel and have like a branding for the podcast. So yeah, that's what this is for. Awesome, man. Yeah, I like the logo. It looks great. I'm pumped to see it in action. Okay, and while we're doing this, we're gonna run a little experiment. This is what we're gonna do today as well. We're gonna start a fresh MyWorker account and then show you the results live on what it's like getting started with MyWorker, and we're gonna use MyWorker to scale MyWorker. All right, guys. So right now we are booking time with one of the head guys from the accelerator. All right. All right, now I'm gonna start asking people for intros for someone like this. So I think it's in the Riverside. It's in the Riverside recording, but I'm not exactly sure what timestamp it's at. But it, like, pretty early on, there's a countdown once the video starts to when the thing kicks off, and then probably 10 minutes in, you start seeing the first mess up with the guy, the chef, who's doing the live stream, and then a little after that, you see Mark having the live stream fail with the Meta glasses. Hope that helps. But yeah, it's in that Riverside link I sent over the other day. All right, here we go. So this is for the operational executor AI ops guy. Let's see. Okay. That's a good question. I haven't really dealt with the files directly from Riverside, but maybe if you want to pull like a consolidated file, you could do it through the main large stream. And if you're trying to locate it there, you could do it. It was at the end, near the end of the stream where we're doing the live stream. You'll see it if you just like zoom towards the end of the video. Yo, Leo. Let's go. Dude, I would dial you guys in, except I'm about to hop on a call in 5 minutes with Devrev. So, yeah. It'll actually be cool. Maybe you guys will be interested in the software. But yeah, right now, what we're working on, I was actually responding to Joaquin, but we're trying to put together like a list of stuff for a VA that I'm trying to hire. So like we're using this tool called Video Ask, and Video Ask lets you do like async interviews. Actually, let me show you. Let's bring it on screen. So this is what Video Ask is.
Hi, I'm Emily.
You can basically
Solutions. Thanks so much for your application.
So you can do interviews like this. So I'm coming up with the questions
and the steps ahead. You'll need about 20 minutes and a strong signal to complete this interview.
She seems kind of nervous asking the questions. I'll make it more natural. But yeah, you can record a video, record the questions, and then everyone can submit.
With video.
So you just be like, I'm ready to go.
Please
then you
tell
can
me
record
about
it.
Your design aesthetic.
So yeah.
What excites you? And
so we're trying to figure out the questions that we're going to put in there. Leo, you know, that would probably help. I'll look as pretty as I can on camera during these interview questions. So, you know, maybe we could attract the right candidates. Who knows? All right, I'm actually going to get the next call ready and go through this demo. And also, guys, Leo and Andres, if you guys think that this software is useful, then let me know. Or if you know a better software for doing this stuff, then let me know. So the idea, like right before I hop on the call to give you the context, this company does oh my God. For those of you guys who can't see the chat, Leo said that the woman who's just the interviewer looks like Andres, which like is not 100% true, but like I see where you're going with that, Leo. But yeah, anyway, we're about to speak to Devrev. They've got a tool that it can integrate with your systems, like your website. You can put in a widget and it takes all of that data in, and you can build out your knowledge base and build different agents to go and, you know, be the chat agent or be like the support agent in your product or all of these different things. That's what this company is giving me the demo of today. and I want you guys, like Andres and Leo, if you guys know a better software to do this stuff, let me know. But that's what we're going to be looking to do here, basically. What do you mean you see? I mean, look, Andres, I'm not saying you look like the lady, okay? But what I am saying is that I can see the tiniest, like if someone said she was my third cousin, I would be like, oh yeah, for sure. Like if you said like first cousin, I would say, okay, I'll believe it. But you know, let's see the 23 in me, you know? So you don't look exactly like her, Andres, but you know, I can kind of see it. Yeah, Peruvian, Bolivian. All right. You know, I didn't say you look exactly like her. I said that, you know, I can see where Leo is coming from. Okay. here we go. I'm going to say, we're going to put this on thinking mode so it doesn't take forever. All right. For the final, so we're about to record these videos, come up with the final process. Could you just real quickly lay out the entire process step by step, fully through, including all the questions and then the exact messaging that we'll be sending to the candidates along the way? And I think thinking mode, they just put a, I don't know if they have it here. Actually, I'll go agent mode on this. We'll let it cook for a little bit. All right. Open Zoom meetings. Yo, how's it going, man?
Hey, Will, how's it going?
Real quick, I am on stream right now. Do you want me to pause it or whatever? Or is it cool if there are 20 people watching? So if they can see the demo too, that would be sweet. But of course, no pressure.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, I think we should be good. Again, it's like a recorded demo. Like there's real.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's what I was like, yeah,
there's like the recordings. It's yeah.
There are actually a couple founders in the chat that I mentioned right before hopping on that we're doing this, and so maybe it could be interesting to them.
Never know, man. Appreciate that. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. And I'll triple check. The team may be on like a prior call and running a little over. Let me double check and see.
All good.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Having trouble with Zoom. Let's see. Yeah, they may just be having. Hold on. Let's see if I can.
Dude, I was actually thinking about because like you're super into fitness as well, and so have you ever done like fasting or like keto or anything like that? I'm not sure if we talked much about
I've never done keto. I've done intermittent fasting. I do. If that
okay.
Not like crazy aggressively, but I have noticed a difference of when like if I get on like a decent cycle and or just implement like okay, hey, try a 14-hour fast, a 12-hour fast, like at least once a week, occasionally hit like a 16. It's a good just like cleanse for the body.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
I did fasting for many years and then I stopped because it's hard to like maintain and build muscle on it. Like it's still possible, but it's more difficult. But I just like right now I'm like 36 hours into one.
Okay.
But I wanted to do it for the mental benefit side. But I just feel like I can think a lot more clearly. And whenever I eat a lot, I just get like, I don't know, get a little sleepy.
I'm totally with you there too. I have noticed like, and especially after you do a few, like the first like I don't know, few times you're iterating on it, it's like you're not used to like being hungry, but then you kind of get into a decent groove with it. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Once you're in it and like you got the ketones running through the bloodstream, it's like, all right, I feel sharp.
Yeah. No, 100%, man. And then, okay, nice. It looks like I got it. What's up, Nico? Wow, how you doing?
Hey guys, doing great. What about you?
Long time no see, man. Good to see you.
Awesome. Great to see you too. Will. All right, perfect. Sorry I was late. I got caught up in another customer meeting.
No, all good.
But the idea for this meeting, Will, is that we do a demo, right? Based on what we spoke, on our last meeting. So we invited Lau for this meeting, for this call. As our solutions engineer, he's also based in Buenos Aires. The idea is that we get to cover a little bit of what we talked about, support and sorry, can you give me 1 second because my dog is working so loud I cannot even hear myself.
No,
all good.
All good.
Yeah. that can be a little distracting.
It'd
Yeah.
be very maddening. Oh yeah. And then Patrick is joining as well. Will wanted to go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, hey, I'm the boarding specialist here, trying to help you. I'm gonna be on the more technical side, so any
Awesome.
question or doubt or concern you have, you can come to me.
Great to meet you.
Thank you so much, Patrick. Sorry guys, I had to close the door behind me because anyway, sorry about that.
No, you're
but
good.
yeah,
You're good.
You know, the other inviting question as well. Again, thank you for introducing yourself is to go over a little bit of the onboarding, and so that we can do, what we spoke about in honestly, doing the demo plus onboarding. So yeah, how would you like Will to start? We can start by doing, the support demo, or we can cover, the onboarding aspects of it.
Yeah, I know that last time, and also if you guys saw it differently, then let me know. But I think based on the meeting last time, we went through one of, I guess, your workflows or features, product lines, and there was one other one that I don't think that we had time to really dive into. So we're gonna check that out, and then if like with the additional time, maybe go into seeing how like an actual implementation would look, and what maybe even get started with that on this call.
Perfect.
Yeah. Last time in Will, just to make sure that so we covered ground on the support side. Would you want to see, for example, like a kind of a different shade, of the support or customer experience? Did you want to go more into like kind of like, I guess, the build side of things? We can, and Lau, Nico, let me know, I guess, what do you think would make the most sense across like those two lines? But yeah, Will just wants to get a sense of like, some of the additional capabilities, right, of the platform, beyond what we covered last time. And then, as he mentioned, we can, segue into some of the like onboarding and implementation stuff on the back end, if that all sounds like a plan.
Yeah, absolutely. Will, since Lau is joining the meeting now, so since he wasn't here before, we would also love to, go over again a little bit of what we spoke, last meeting. I think Lau, you were invited into, you weren't in the last meeting that we had, right?
Yeah. No, I think we're good.
Yeah.
We have everyone here, right? So hi, Will. Sorry, I didn't say hi.
All good.
Cool. But yeah, I think the previous meeting we covered what is going to be the main aspects of the support interaction of this, and we were missing the bits on how we connect to engineering and product as well. So I think from my point of view, it makes a bit of sense if we do a short overview, very short, on the support objects and so on, and then how that connects to product management. Does that sound good to you?
Sounds great. Let's do it.
And then Lau, before we start, Will, just very quick. Like I said, I looked over the proposal on the like digital media side of things, digesting. I'll have some like initial feedback before the end of the week, and we'll go from there. But I'm on that as well.
All right. Sounds good. Appreciate it.
So, thank you, Lau. Sorry about that.
No problem. Okay. I'll start to share my screen, and we'll go over the motion, how we connect everything to product, right? So just as a short, as a refresher, right? What we're seeing here is going to be the support inbox, where all of the different interactions that we're going to be having with people through the live chat, email, Slack, and other channels, they're all going to be landing in the same place, right? So we remember that we make a difference, a distinction between what is going to be a conversation, as we see on screen, a simple interaction about, for example, Emily asking about information about their last transactions, last payments, for example, and the agents being able to provide not only a cookie cutter answer from the articles and so on documentation, but a precise answer by being able to connect to the database where Maple stores transactions, right? So they're able to handle a large percentage of L1 to L2 types of questions coming from the support experience, basically. So we make the difference between what is a conversation then that can be handled by agents and what is going to be an actual, a more traditional support ticket in this case, right? And the ticket part is more interesting to this other use case because it is the way we start to link a given ticket, a given support interaction to what is going to be a part of the product as we see here, right? We remember that the idea behind the tickets is also they could be attached or linked to what are going to be Jira tickets or linear tickets, for example. So we're essentially connecting them to the engineering side of things as well. And the engineering part of it is also connected to a part of the product, right? But what we mean when we say part is now going into the product management module of DevRev, right? And the way we like to start is with this visualization in which if we remember the product we're managing for this fake demo account is a web application called Maple Software, right? So we have that product being labeled inside of DevRev. But then we start to visualize and have visibility basically into how DevRev understands the product in terms of the work being done. So we understand that the web application, for example, is going to have a security aspect to it that may cover authentication features, for example, is going to have a search engine, which doesn't have any features attached to it, for example. But we start to see the different use cases that we're tracking for the Maple Software application in this case, right? So we have the security one, the search engine. But Maple is a financial company at its core, so it makes sense that the bulk of the features assigned on the core visualization is going to be made up of different financial features. So we start to get a glimpse into how DevRev is understanding the product, the visibility employees are going to have around the product itself. But the main idea of this is now we're seeing how the product is built and out to public, right? So keeping track of the product, its capabilities, and the features, right? But when we're talking about product management, we also want to think about where are we going to be next? What is coming up next on top of a new development on a feature, for example, on any step of the model, the architecture we see here. And there is another level to this, which is going to be the enhancement, as I just opened up, which is going to be basically thinking about them as new development improvements, quite literally enhancements on top of the QR code feature, for example. So we're keeping track of any, for example, user stories, any PRD documentation, for example. They're keeping track of development of this. But most importantly, these little boxes that I've been opening up, the parts are going to be working as kind of like a repository for, as we see here, all of the different issues or engineering items assigned to it, all of the different tickets, and by proxy, the different customer accounts, for example, that are going to be here. They serve as a single way of visualizing everything DevRev is keeping track of, but in the same screen, right? So virtually, we're thinking about how DevRev offers traceability for any given part of the product in the sense of the teams that are going to be working through here. Do you have any questions, any thoughts so far, Will?
That makes sense. Yeah. So just so I understand it properly, this, I guess to understand more, like at a high level, it seems like every single piece can be flagged, ticketed within that particular part of the product, and all of that information lives within DevRev. How does that process look in terms of how that's getting filled out and assigned? Like in particular, like how are these tickets within the product layer here that you're showing actually getting filled in? Is that happening automatically? Is it something where they're like manual ticketing? Like how is that all being organized and filling out?
It could be a combination of both. So both on a manual aspect and on an automatic aspect. So let me go back here and show an example. So the architecture that we see here, typically this is something we have clients set up on the more manual side, right? So you have a product, the product branches on the main use cases or the main sub feature, let's call them, in the sense of capabilities. And then they fill out any features, and enhancements are done more naturally based on feature requests, for example, right? But the architecture itself, the model that we see here, this is a bit on the manual side. Now, how we link any issues or any tickets to this can come again from the interaction of me as a support agent going to the part field and assigning a specific part, for example, or the same way that we have agents coming here to classify a ticket as a bug, for example, we could have agents classify the tickets based on our product architecture and do the work for us of mapping this ticket to a specific part. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Awesome. But yeah, so it is a process that can be done manually or automatically, basically. But what we're seeing here, this is just a visualization, right? Looks pretty, shows us how the product works, gives us visibility into what we're tracking, and more specifically, traceability into the specific individual items, right? But then the cool part about this is what we do with this architecture in terms of product management. And this is where we focus on what is going to be the enhancement, right? The improvement or again, enhancement on a given feature, for example, and how this is going to be being tracked in the product roadmap, basically. So the roadmap in DevRev is going to be made up of a bunch of these different enhancements that we have for any given part. But the main idea we remember is an enhancement is going to be an improvement or something that is still in the works, in development, right? And when we think about the product roadmap is how do we better prioritize or how do we better understand what's coming based on everything else that DevRev is hosting for us, right? So we understand, for example, different enhancements here. If we want to prioritize them better, they're going to be related to a different set of customers. So we could either go the way of, I want to prioritize work or sales opportunities, for example, for this number or this particular customers versus the other ones that are going to be maybe fewer customers or lower ticket customers, for example. Since customer accounts are going to be related to sales opportunities, then we're also understanding how we can manage or prioritize development from the point of view of either potential revenue or loss prevention, for example, or metrics like that are being fed from different parts of DevRev. So now development on the product is either based on customers, is either based on revenue, based on the ticketing load, for example, the amount of development work needed to accomplish things like that, for example, but they're being tracked in the context of everything else around the company that DevRev is keeping track of as well. Any questions, any thoughts on this?
I think that all makes sense. What's the process like for, so I guess if the team is using Notion, for example, at the moment to track some of these things, this would just, what would that process look like in terms of tracking and organizing everything in DevRev?
So it will be a matter of transitioning the actual bits of product hosted in Notion to what are going to be the DevRev objects, for example. That is something we could automate for ease of onboarding and implementation. But the idea is, if you're using Notion right now, you only have the bits of information around product information itself, right? Then you have to go to other places to get user feedback, for example, or to track feature requests, then to the engineering platform to track the work being done, basically, the actual development, the tasks needed to accomplish a certain delivery, for example, being done, right? So now it's not just only Notion, it's that same information from Notion in DevRev, but linked to the tangible places of development, basically, right? But the process will be something like I just said, right? Finding the best way to transition the information to here, and then keeping track of all of the different axes, basically, that are going to be tracked through DevRev. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Cool. But yeah, I think the other part that we can quickly take a look at as well is a bit more on the maybe the engineering side of things. But just like we saw how we manage the inbox for interactions, the ticketing system for the actual tickets, and now the product, we're managing the same that's going to be for any engineering work needing to be done, right? So we do it in the form of issues, for example, which are basically going to be these work items or tasks that need to be completed to either finish work on a part of the product or finish work related to a given ticket, for example. but they're all going to be managed in the same way as tickets. Basically, they're going to have in their own section where we can customize the information that we see here, depending on the bits that we want to understand. So we see here that issues, for example, are strictly linked to parts of the product. So we always are in the loop of where work on a specific part is being done, for example, and be able to visualize the items on the feature or on the capability of our choice, for example. So we understand engineering work through the lens of the product in this case. And this is going to be following the same logic for any sprint boards, for example, that are going to be managed through DevRep, right? And always in the loop of the different parts that coexist with each other. So if we're looking at a sprint planning for an engineering item, we're understanding that some of these engineering items may have an impact on specific customers, right? So things are always in the loop of one another, the objects in DevRep, I mean. So we always have different perspective on what we're working on, basically. But now in the lens of engineering and sprint planning and any other parts of DevRep, basically.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I could see the benefit in having all of this information like kind of organized, looped together, integrated, and probably prevents things from falling through the cracks.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the idea, right? But yeah, I think this is going to be mostly it for a short overview on the product and a bit of engineering perspective. I'm not sure if you have any other questions or any feedback that we want to discuss, but I think it should be good to maybe go into the onboarding discussions that we want to have as well.
Yeah, I guess the one question related to that engineering side is like I can see the benefit of having it when it's all set up. What does that process like to get that setup look like that initial setup, and then also like an ongoing management basis? Like let's say we make an edit to the product or we change something. How does that look as well? Like how do you guys manage that?
So can you remind me again if you guys are using any engineering platform like Linear or Jira?
So just like a quick 15-second overview, we're built on Azure with microservice architecture throughout, and then we use like third-party APIs, like for the data, for email, domain purchases, email warm-up, lead cleaning, like all these other things that make the product operate. Yeah.
On a management perspective of developer work, how is that being tracked right now, or how are they?
That's in Notion. Yeah.
That's in Notion. Okay. Yeah. Then I think the discussion will steer more into how we translate that Notion information to the DevRep objects, which should be, to be honest, should be the easy part, right? So it's a matter of finding out what information we need to pull from HubSpot, from Notion, and how we're going to be feeding the objects in DevRep, right? It's again a further, more detailed discussion we need to have around that, but we can make things easy enough for you to basically pull everything from Notion, push it back into DevRep, and then start to operate within DevRep, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Same with keeping track of any microservices or any APIs we need to hit at some point. That's something we'll also be able to support as well. So yeah, we need to have a deeper discussion on the specific use case for us to give you a proper answer, but we should be able to support any motions on that end.
Okay, cool. And if there are any like changes or whatever in the product, is there like I guess an ongoing cadence for keeping things like updated, or how does like outside of the initial onboarding getting everything up to speed, like on an ongoing basis, if there are changes, how is that process managed?
Changes in
product.
Are you asking?
Like, for example, and maybe it just happens automatically in the product, but let's say like we have a change in terms of the architecture. We want to like roll out like a new type of like integration or service or just any type of fundamental change with how we try and improve the product. How's that integrated into, I guess, like that whole tracking system within DevRep?
So,
and these might seem like silly questions. Sorry, I just want to make sure I wrap my head around it properly.
Not silly at all. It's a great question, actually. Not silly at all. Don't worry. But yeah, so everything we've seen so far is going to be fully customizable and editable at any point by you, right? So let's say at any point you make a switch on how you architecture the platform or how you architecture the parts and the individual work items and so on, you're going to have full freedom into how you're going to be visualizing that information, right? If at some point we need to do a bulk modification of objects or a bulk deletion or import or export or any actions we need to take, we're going to be supporting that as well, right?
Okay.
I think that's where we're going towards to answer your question. I don't know if it makes sense to you, but in essence, you will have full freedom of the information that we control, right? And that we host for you. So those situations, I think, would just be a matter of, hey guys, I need to do a switch, help me understand how the best way to do it is. Just send a message to us and we'll get into a talk with you to make things easier, basically. Hope that makes sense.
Awesome. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and Will, again, I know it like sounds really simple. I mean, that's literally the power of the platform and like, you know, our Notion snap-in integration, all of our snap-ins for that matter. Leveraging like our proprietary AirSync tech that I mentioned to you before can seamlessly import the Notion pages, databases, the collections, the users, and all of that good stuff. And then after the initial import, you can set up ongoing syncs, you know, as Lau alluded to, you know, in terms of like the customization dynamics you need. And then once things are imported, they're in the knowledge graph, right? And you know, you go from there.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah.
Will, to add on what Chris was saying, throughout this entire process, Patrick and I are going to be helping you, you know, on board. So whenever, even if you hit any kind of, you know, blocker during the implementation process, you know, we're here to solve it. So that's why one of the first steps on the onboarding is, you know, inviting us to your org so that if there's any kind of issue, you know, we can just jump in and try to fix it. And I guess this kind of leads us, you know, to the onboarding discussion, which is how does it look like, right? So basically what we do is we set up a weekly cadence with you. I mean, if you made the decision of, you know, moving along with DevRel, we set up a weekly cadence with you, me and Patrick and the rest of your team. We enable you, we set up a series of goals that we want to achieve in order to have a successful implementation of the app. We try to set up a go live date. And we already tell you, you know, what are the steps based on the meetings that we had, what are the steps that we think that we should follow in order to, you know, do a successful onboarding. Usually the first few steps is what, you know, Chris was just talking about, you know, doing all of these integrations and creating the first knowledge graph, right? So bringing over your stuff from Jira and, you know, creating that you know, AirSync that goes both ways. Then the second layer is usually, you know, setting up everything that is related to the knowledge base and, you know, putting up the chatbot into your website, right? And setting up all of the channels that you're going to be using to address your customer. And once everything is set up, usually the third part is, you know, making all of the AI agents and developing the workflows. So now that we have all of the information, a lot of the systems put in place, we can start, you know, leveraging and building up the AI. Right?
Yeah.
So that's pretty much how the onboarding process goes, and we usually work with you hand on hand, you know, to try to solve any blockers that may arise and, you know, do a proper planning.
Awesome. And so it sounds like, if I'm just gonna like summarize it, it's like you guys have this whole process for helping us go from like not being on the platform at all to having that entire thing that you've shown in like on the last call and this call, all of that set up and the agents up and running on the site, and then fully, I guess fully functional for the org and traceability as well for the engine. So it'd basically be like my worker built on DevRev in a way, just like fully powered for the agents and the product and everything behind the scenes.
Exactly. It's I'll give you the I think the best example is us. We use DevRev, or developers use DevRev, support uses DevRev, I in sales and post sales use DevRev. So it's true. It's what you said is, you know, I build up on top of this. It's exactly what we're doing ourselves. We became a unicorn, so that's a mark for success.
Well, let's hope that we can be the next one.
Absolutely. That's why we're here.
Only unicorns on DevRev. It's got to be like a tagline.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense. I think that you know, Chris, we connected at like I guess like from a timing perspective, like almost like the ideal time for us to be able to do something like this, because I knew we talked about this on the last call, but it's something that I've been trying to figure out and get ready to make that decision on, like how we get it all rolled out. And you guys have like an all-in-one solution to everything, so there is the benefit of them being able to all communicate and us having not like fully committed to any rollout on any single area here. So I can see the benefits in trying to get something rolled out here. Out of curiosity, what models do you guys have in the background powering the chatbots?
So foundational is going to be OpenAI, but it depends, right? So for any processes inside of Java, we're using OpenAI. Now, for anything that you may need to do customer facing, then we become like AI agnostic. So you can choose the models that are going to be processing answers and so on. So things like Gemini or OpenAI or other models that we have access to. But yeah, inside of Java is going to be a foundation of OpenAI. Outside of Java, up to you.
Awesome. Yeah, I was just wondering. I forgot to ask that on the last call.
No worries.
All right, perfect. So, Will, what do you think should be, the next steps now that you know all the capabilities of the platform, how our onboarding works? Would you like to embark on this journey with us? What do you think? Do you need some thought? Tell me.
Yeah, I think that overall at a high level, I think that what you guys have in terms of like can provide and then the needs of the business, it makes sense. So like how does a traditional, Chris, we talked a little bit about it. Also want to remind you guys that I am on stream. So if you don't want to give like pricing or like how all that stuff looks on stream, I could also mute for this part of the conversation. Totally
Sure.
up to you guys, but just understanding like what the commitment would look like and like pricing and like how that would be, over time. And yeah, of course, we move forward with the system. We're kind of like committing to this for like lifetime of the company. So just having alignment up front would be very good to just understand how that looks like initially and then over time. And I can mute myself if you want. So totally up to, or mute you guys for this part of the conversation if you want.
No, it's fine. Our startup program is it's in our webpage and all of the details. And you get up to $10,000 in credits for startups, right? That you can use up for the first year, right? And so in any follow-up commitment, you can always get a 50% off. This either can happen after the first year or whenever your grades ends, right? Whatever happens first. And you also get the 50% off as long as you sign a commitment with us in the first 3 months of your usage. But yeah, that's basically how it works.
Okay. Well, so either way, if we kick off the onboarding here, you said like how much time again? You said 3 months until we have to decide whether to make the commitment along with the 10K credits.
Exactly. To make you start on credits, right? So you start consuming the credits.
Yeah.
And if you want, you can continue to use the platform without signing any commitment. But once your grades end, you wouldn't get that 50% off, right? But if you sign the commitment on the next 3 months upon starting your credits usage, then that's when you get the 50% off for the long-term commitment. Does it make sense?
I think so. So if I just say it back, it would be the 10K in credits, and then if you sign the commitment within the first 3 months, then you get the 50% off in like
exactly
in perpetuity, or after being part of the.
No. We always discuss how long that's gonna be. It's usually for the second year, but that's always part of the discussion.
Okay.
With you, yeah.
Okay, cool. And in terms of just the overall credit system model and how that works for pricing, like do you have a page, like a web page or something that kind of lays out how that's calculated for the credits?
Yeah, actually we do have a calculator, but it's not a website. It's just an Excel on my computer. But basically what I do is I just calculate. We just calculate, how many licenses you would need, as well as how many expected AI actions. We sell them in bundles, right? So with a bundle of, let's say, 150 or 200 AI actions, right? Plus, let's say, three licenses. And and then I sent you, the snapshot of, the credit burned down and how it's gonna look, and it also includes how much it's gonna cost you after those credits ends, assuming everything still keeps still and you don't hire like 100 more people that are gonna be using the platform, right? Actually, I can share with you. I can make a shareable version of that spreadsheet with you, and then you can just put, how many AI actions you're gonna need and licenses if you want to play with it. But yeah, that's something that we work together with you on setting up. How much your credit how much credit you're gonna be consuming every month.
Okay, that makes sense. And just so I understand, an AI action, like I guess what quantifies an AI action and what quantifies like a license? Is like an AI action like, yeah, I guess like where's that benchmark? Like, I'm guessing an action's not every time like, something we put in a ticket or something, it's like more of like, I'm just wondering where the bar is for like the license and the AI action.
Right. Okay. So it depends on whether we're gonna be doing AI actions or skills or whatnot. But just to give you a brief idea, an AI action is every time you're making an API calling to other systems, right? And you're invoking the LLM, that would be an AI action. However, Lau, you're more technical than me, so if you want to answer that question, feel free to do so.
Yeah, so the concept of AI actions mostly refers on how much AI processing we're going to be doing for any given workflow or automation, right? So it's mainly going to be that aspect, more like the co-pilot settings and bits of information that are either processed through AI to be sent to a customer or to be sent to you. As an analysis, for example, it really depends on the amount of workflows and automations that you're going to be setting up. But based on what we discussed today, yeah, I think that's the answer I can give. The concept of a list.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I actually probably should have just thought of it as, so it's probably just tracked automatically based on how many API calls you guys make based on servicing the account. There's like a price associated per action that gets triggered there for us.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also a concept that you're not going to run into the AI actions unless you actually go like out of your way to set up the workflows to consume those actions. So anything regarding tracking or management and what we've seen with product parts and so on, that doesn't really go into any of the AI action concept, right? So the normal use of the platform doesn't really include them, I guess. It's a way I would say it. It's mostly charged around the processing and interactions for messages or analysis and things like that, basically.
Okay, cool. Well, I'd love to see the sheet where I could play around with that section, and then looking at the time here, I know that we've got to stop at the 45-minute mark, so maybe we set another time to go through. I guess Chris, we'll stay in touch over WhatsApp, but we can try and plan around, okay, what are the next steps going to look, and actually like have a session designed for the actual, like what the onboarding would look like.
What do you think would yeah, that sounds good. When do you think would make the most sense next week?
Maybe if we want to plan for like Wednesday or Thursday next week, and then in the meantime, Chris, you and we can go back and forth on WhatsApp. I'm always on WhatsApp, so hit me up literally anytime there.
Perfect. Yeah. Any open windows on Wednesday or Thursday next week?
Yeah. How about so Wednesday? I've got anytime from 11:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. Or no, that's next Thursday. So Thursday's a little more open. Time from 11:30 to 2 p.m. Pacific. I also have like an hour slot at 12 p.m. on Wednesday, and at anytime at or after 3:30 p.m. next Wednesday. All in Pacific.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, any of those ideal, Nico?
Could you repeat that, Chris?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, are any of those windows ideal? I was just pulling up the calendars as well.
Yeah.
What was it again on Thursday, Will?
On Thursday, I could do 11:30 to 2 Pacific.
PST.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, I think that's my 3 p.m. Yeah, that works.
Maybe 11:30, Nico, on Thursday?
11:30. Wait. So
Pacific,
bad
I
at these
should
time
say.
zones.
Yeah, 3:30.
Yeah, the time zone thing is always so confusing. Sorry that I'm making you guys do the math.
No, you're good, man. You're good.
You're
But yeah,
good, you're good.
3:30 on Thursday.
Yeah, it's okay. You know, any time on Thursday works. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Maybe we'll
Yeah.
here I'll throw out a hold for that, and then we can go from there. Perfect. And Patrick, sorry for making you hop on and we didn't quite get to the onboarding.
No,
Next week.
You're going to be ultra prepared for the onboarding next week.
Yeah.
It was also great to meet you, Patrick. I know that this is the first time we met, so at least we'll know each other beforehand.
Yeah, at least that much. It was nice meeting you too.
Cool. And then
Awesome.
we'll for onboarding, is it cool if we do no stream for that one?
Yeah, for sure.
Perfect.
Yeah, so that works out better. Yeah.
Perfect. And then okay, cool. All right. This should hit the calendars soon, and we should be good to go. Yeah.
Awesome.
Right.
Perfect. All right. Perfect. So we'll see you on Thursday. We'll on the follow-up email, I'm gonna send you some resources for the onboarding. Access to our documentation, some tutorials, and access to DevReview, which is our e-learning platform where you can see courses around DevRev. We highly recommend that you do those courses. They're very short, 30 to 40 minutes, and then they give you a really good base on where everything is on the platform and the logic behind DevRev. And they're also, if you do them, you also enable. They're also part of the credit enablement process, right? So they're kind of mandatory.
Okay. Awesome.
Right.
It's actually a good idea. I should do that same thing. Mandatory. Mandatory learning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sweet.
All right, sounds good. All right, perfect. It's a plan. All right, so we'll see you on Thursday, Will.
All right. Awesome, guys. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see you then.
Bye-bye.
All right. Guys, for some reason my chat isn't working on the stream. My bad. It's like making me log in, but whenever I try and log in, so I can read the chat, but for some reason I can't send anything. Let me try one more time. Are you guys still able to hear me? All right, actually I got in. Awesome. Thanks for the call, man, and sending this information over. I'm really excited about what you guys have from a product standpoint. And like I mentioned on the call, I think that the timing is just actually really good. So let's keep it going. And then, yeah, whenever you're ready to chat about the sponsorship stuff, have initial thoughts, like I'm down to hop on a call whenever, and we can keep it just really tight back and forth and get that figured out as well. So feel free to hit me up anytime when you're free, and we'll get these pieces moving. Appreciate it, man. Take care.
Sup, bro?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Everything good, man? What about you?
Dude, I'm good. Did you guys see the whole demo?
No, at the beginning, yes. After that, I didn't. I think Leo did, though.
Oh, okay. Dude, I actually think that I'm gonna use them.
Why?
Because they'll roll out the entire thing, just depending on the pricing, but they roll out the entire, like they'll help you with building the agents, going back and forth, keeping everything integrated. And
So what do? They do a chat, right?
yeah, so you didn't see it in the last demo, but like, let's say, I know that there's some other companies that have like particular agents, but let's say that you roll out a like a support agent or an agent to help with a particular part of the product. They will like, the agent has the context. So they showed me like as part of the demo last time, you asked a question on the webpage that was very specific to the product that like you wouldn't really be able to do with a normal chatbot like Intercom. Although I guess you could, but you'd have to get like very specific and you'd have to build out the bot for like every page, which like these guys can do, but they'll like do a full service support for it. So like for me to go and build out the bot on every page and roll them all out into the product, that would be kind of a pain in the ass, but these guys can do that.
But
Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah, but like, do you need that?
Yeah, so like for product like growth, right? Like let's say that you're using MyWorker for the first time and you've got a question about like a particular page on our website, right? Normally, maybe you have to book a call or you'd have to like go and solve it with a YouTube video or whatever. But like now on any page, you'll be able to chat with the bot and just be like, all right, what the hell do I do here? You know? And then
But that's just gonna add another cost on top of what you have already.
that's true. That's why it kind of comes down to the cost.
I mean, like, you're gonna add another cost on top of that, and most companies, even big ones, don't even have something like that. So like, why do it? Right?
Yeah. Oh, well, I think it would be really good from a user experience perspective. Like it'd be and it would save me a lot of time or any of our team members a lot of time. It's like 24/7 knowledgeable support on any page, instantly accessible. So it's like a great user experience. That's why I'm going to see like what the costs are to actually do it. But I mean, that would be awesome, dude. Like then like all of this support like annoyance goes away, and you know there'll also be like a 24/7 bot on the website to be able to sell, which like to be honest, there are other services that might be able to do one of these things, but it would kind of be nice to have it all integrated in one environment and have the support to roll it out, you know?
Okay. I still don't see the need for it, you know, like, especially because you don't have, or even if you do, like, you're very tight on that to start adding like more cost on top of everything you have, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna see what the actual like cost is. That's the one final piece. But if the cost is good, I know that it would make the user experience better and it would save me time.
I mean, it will make the user experience a little bit better in a way, but at the same time, you could also accomplish the same thing with a good YouTube video for like the most common things that actually most of the people experienced, like we already did, right?
Yeah.
So
and I do have
if
the
that's
YouTube
a cheap,
channel up.
free thing already like there, why pay for something, you know?
Yeah, that's true. I and the other thing too is like I can just try it out. Like I've been meaning to roll out a chat support anyway, you know, because I feel like I need something like that, and I get 10,000 in credits here. So like $10,000 worth. That's like enough support at least through the next round for sure, to get more customers as well.
I mean, as long as like you'll get it for free, then yeah, why not try it out?
Yeah. Well, I'll be the guinea pig. I'll let you know how it goes.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that'll be interesting. But yeah, in general, I just don't see it.
Yeah. I can also see good opportunities for partnerships too. I think they raised over 100 mil, and
I don't see it just because. I just don't. Like, even big companies don't have stuff like that. Like, they tend to stick to the other thing, and that just works in general. Overall, because for even most things like YouTube videos, even that's what they do most actually, and that's what people just think it's just good enough. So yeah, actually, especially like also on most stages of a startup, why would you need something like that? Like you are already like very tight on money, like as a startup founder, you are trying to not spend on
Well,
random shit.
here's the thing. Like, I actually think that it's going to save a lot of money because it first off removes any cost needed for a support person right off the bat because I got the 10,000 in credits. So, like, either way, right now, I need to hire someone to help with support. Like, I'm doing my best to
Well,
like manage it all, but it still is like it. Like, I was actually I'm talking with someone right now who I was talking about having like, hey, have them work for like a couple hours a day just to like manage it all and take that off my plate and buy back some time. But like if this happens, they handle all the labor for the implementation and everything, and then they cover the costs initially. So it kind of like reduces my costs in the short term. The way that this actually adds up is once we have a lot of users, they charge by licenses and usage. So if we end up going and getting like, you know, if we get like 20,000 users or something, then the shit gets very expensive. But like that, it basically gets expensive once we have a lot of users. But up front, it's like actually cost saving.
I mean,
Because
yeah,
it's
like right now
$0.
it's saving money because it's zero, but I mean,
Yeah,
I feel like
which
long
I like
term.
kind of weigh towards because right now it's like, hey, if they
Oh
can
yeah,
deliver this experience and it costs us $0 now, by the time we're like massive, it's like, all right, like they kind of helped us get there to a certain degree.
yeah. I mean,
But
yeah, of
that's where it
course. Right
becomes
now,
more
yeah.
expensive, you know?
But like, but long term, I just don't see it. Long term, it'll be cheaper just to hire someone in India or like South America or Latin America to do that shit.
Yeah, long
Literally.
term it could be cheaper, but then the bet is on like AI compute costs coming down and like how much they're going to upcharge. But yeah,
Well, the
that's
thing
a
is,
good point.
yeah, but until that happens, you can always rely on like a cheap Indian.
A cheap Indian. Yeah.
Yeah, never fails,
Like
man.
even if there's an Indian that costs 300 a month, this is cheaper, you know? This is zero.
I know. I mean, long term, and even like Indians could be even cheaper, or even in South America, minimum wage is like low as fuck. I feel like Americans feel just too bad, and they just like overpay for people, which is also like why a lot of people try to get remote jobs over there, which is crazy.
Yeah.
But
Dude,
yeah,
that's the move for a lot of these people. Live internationally, get a remote job.
yeah, yeah, because they know that like Americans usually tend to feel bad about that, so they overpay. So that's good for them. But that shit won't work on me, man. I know about that. I will pay them the same shit. Nah, fuck that, bro. I will pay them the same thing that they will get paid in a national company. Fuck that. But yeah, right now I'm using the Meta glasses, by the way, to speak with you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's been nice. I love these glasses.
Dude, I should bring you on stream with them.
Damn, bro, I love them too much.
You do?
I made already one video, but that was like with my girlfriend. So, like, it's cool as fuck because you can play music and you can even feel like it's loud, but no one outside is listening to it, and you don't have any earphones or whatever on your ears. So like I was thinking like, bro, you could literally just like ignore people and no one would know. Literally.
That is pretty cool.
And yeah, then I think it's really good for content creation. Actually, it's really cool to have a POV perspective. Like I was like having lunch with my girlfriend at a food court, a new one, nice one, and when we were leaving, there was this woman setting up a roulette, and she was like, "We're trying to promote it, so if like you spin the wheel, and you could get like a free food in a restaurant that just it lands on." And I was like, "Nice, free food, so I'll do it." So my girlfriend goes, and I was recording the whole thing, right? So it was nice, actually. It was like really nice, and it was like very like, how do you say it? Like, more natural because like there was nothing on my hands, right? Like I don't even think like a lot of people even like saw that I was recording because I'm with the glasses right on my face.
Yeah.
So it was really nice video actually. I liked it. A good memory. So I feel like applying this like to make content overall is gonna be really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So yeah, it has a lot of plus. I think it could even be better than the one with the display, but then, yet I have to try it out to know.
Yeah. Also, I actually got to run right now because I'm about to hop on a board meeting for Sazmining. So I'm going to go take
Oh.
this.
Yeah, no problem,
Yeah.
man. Go for it. Good luck.
All right. I'll catch you later. But, dude,
Yeah.
maybe later tonight or tomorrow, I want to bring you on with these fucking glasses.
Oh, yeah, sure.
All right. Awesome, bro.
Yeah. See you, man.
Catch you later. Peace.
Bye.
All right. So I'm gonna hop onto the call. I'm gonna take the call from. I don't think that you guys are gonna be able to hear this conversation, unfortunately. So it's gonna be me doing something else. I'll leave the music playing so you guys can listen to that. Yeah, unfortunately, this I think is going to be some confidential info, but I'll keep the music here.
Out in the gas bag. flurries. The rhythm won't worry. If you fall behind, I'll be humming till you hurry. Top, all the way to bottom of the map, I've seen it all. It can all toss your way, don't get attached to the current, spit no flurries. The rhythm won't worry. If you fall behind, I'll be humming till you hurry. With the horn, be on the dog. Can't take a loss with your boss in the windfall. With the horn, be on the dog. Can't take a loss with your boss in the windfall. Seen it all, it can all toss your way, don't get attached. With the horn, be on the dog. Can't take a loss with your boss in the windfall. Now I gotta let you know about the dealing that I do. Don't forget your shit about the pimps, them hoes, and prostitutes.
teu poder. Desliza no beat, faz acontecer. O mundo gira ao teu redor. Com esse swing, tu é maior. Mexe, mexe sem parar. Essa energia vai te levar. Junto emendo todo mundo a dançar. É o baile que nunca vai acabar. Sobe o clima, sente o calor. Requebra no ritmo, sente o amor. Vem no flow, não pode negar. Essa vibe é nossa, pode acreditar. Mexe, mexe sem parar. Essa energia vai te levar. Junto emendo todo mundo a dançar. É o baile que nunca vai acabar. Nunca vai acabar.
Running like Usain Bolt, swimming if I can't float. With the tape, paper, rip it clean slate. Here we go, dropping like Geronimo, popping Tropicana flows, boats till we bubble up. Undercover, they don't know. Running like Usain Bolt, swimming if I can't float. With the tape, paper, rip it clean slate. Here we go, dropping like Geronimo, popping Tropicana flows, boats till we bubble up. Undercover, they don't know. Running like Usain Bolt, swimming if I can't float. With the tape, paper, rip it clean slate. Here we go, dropping like Geronimo, popping Tropicana flows, boats till we bubble up. Undercover, they don't know. Running like Usain Bolt, swimming if I can't float. With the tape, paper, rip it clean slate. Here we go, dropping like Geronimo, popping Tropicana flows, boats till we bubble up. Undercover, they don't know.
just came to get my money. Nobody from the party, I just came to get my money right. If you really wanna start, you should know that I don't want to fight. If you really wanna start, you should step the hand up just came to get my money. Nobody from the party, I just came to get my money right. If you really wanna start, you should know that I don't want to fight. If you really wanna step up, you can step the hand up tonight. Everybody know that we live in the rap, we know that's right. Pain really can't come to pain, really can't come to pain, really come party. I just came to
Yo, motherfucker really up, down chillin' with the homies that really go fuck. Got a bad bitch, shaking in my dick, what the fuck going on? Bitch, you better ring her up, while you looking like a snap, bitch, I put you in a car fight. Like, bitch, you better get the fuck up, but another round, cause we getting fucked up. I'ma put you in the dirt, bitch, I ain't gonna fuck you, bad motherfucker, motherfucker really up. Yo, motherfucker really up, I'ma put you in the dirt, motherfucker really up. Yo, motherfucker really up, I'ma hit the fucking jerk, motherfucker really up. Yo, motherfucker really up, I'ma put you in the dirt, motherfucker really up. Yo, motherfucker really up, I'ma hit the fucking jerk, motherfucker really up. The fuck with the fun, I don't go for it, bitch, I just wanna hit the bar, I just wanna be the best, I just wanna get up. I ain't never trusted anybody else in my love. Yo, I don't go for it, bitch, I just wanna go, bitch, you know I'm on the road, bitch, I'm making so much cash, I can't see the flow, yeah, 0 to 100, bitch, you know I'm about to blow. John Cena, bitch, you better hide your fucking face. Use a motherfucker, I gaze in every place. Use a fucking fake, bitch, you better get safe, cause I'm fitting here, I'm late, cause I'm fitting here, safe. In Tokyo, with an all green fit, no deckers. Shady your cars, bitch, you know I'm fucking retro. If you wanna fuck, I can take it to my bedroom. Pop a fucking bean, and I ain't talking bento. City lights, bitch, you know I'm in a trance. She's a fucking toss, so I drop my pants. When it got this, she got all of my sons, so I took it to the bed, yeah, she on the yo, motherfucker really I'ma put you in the dirt, motherfucker really yo, motherfucker really I'ma hit the fucking jerk, motherfucker really yo, motherfucker really I'ma put you in the dirt, motherfucker really yo, motherfucker really I'ma hit the fucking jerk, motherfucker really
So I roll to the point, like this.
All right, that was a long ass fucking meeting. All right. So I'm working out in an hour and I have not eaten any food in like the past 36 hours plus. So I'm gonna need to eat some food before this leg day. So I'm gonna end the stream here. Sorry that if you guys were waiting, I'm sorry that I had to say I'm mute and then hopping off now, but it is what it is. So we'll be back tomorrow and we will cover all the stuff that we didn't finish. Maybe we'll be back online tonight. 50% chance. But yeah, we're gonna call it.